Welcome to the Ahn Shin-Ae Show, where your mental fitness is our business. We are here to guide you through the difficult times in your life and to expose those who cause you difficulties. We do not manipulate context, we expose it. Enjoy our podcast. Share this podcast with your friends and families. Encourage others to be an active audience of our podcast and donate to our podcast via our Anchor podcast link. Buy our books on Amazon.com by typing Shin-Ae into the Amazon.com search box. Thank you. And now for something completely different.
Hello, and welcome to another dramatic reading of this shite. Oh, well, you borrowed this item. There we go. So this is a new piece of literature by the American novelist, the trans-Asian novelist, shit-ass Ahn. And his new book, Gender-Bending Books. You might ask, what the fuck does that mean? And the answer is unobtainable, because we will never know what the fuck this schizophrenic idiot is on about. We have Gender-Bending Books by Shithead Ahn. This was distributed by the PenaVega Entertainment Group. They do have a Twitter, but I would not recommend ever fucking looking at it, because if you do, you will want to bleach your eyes and your throat and your stomach, and you'll basically just want to drink bleach because it's that fuck awful. It's just full of porn, like all kinds of porn, and it's just fucking weird. And it's like, honestly, he's like looking into the guy's mind, and you realise why he's so fucked. So we got this flag. I think this is this week's flag of the Democratic Republic. The characters and events portrayed in this book are real. You see, normally you say that they're not, even when they clearly are, because then you can fall back on that if anyone tries to sue you for defamation and slander. But this fucking idiot decides not to do that. No part of this book may be reproduced or stored in a retrieval system, what do you call Amazon, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording or otherwise, which includes being used to push a conservative agenda. You can tell they just copied and pasted this off of an actual legal website. Or being used by Gage, last name, and his people without express written permission of the publisher. Stetson, can I take the piss out your book? Thanks. Cover design by Art Painter. Library of Congress control number. I want to call the Library of Congress and ask them to get this out and read a line of it to me, just so I can giggle my arse off at the person who has to read it. Printed in the Democratic Republic of Shin-Ae. So it was published nowhere because that doesn't exist. Contents. So we've got title page. Oh, you can tell he's really put effort into this. Page, copyright. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6. HIV test delivery in the United States. Chapter 7. Does PrEP work? Is PrEP safe? How else can PrEP help? How can PrEP access be improved? Chapter 8. What do we know about HIV? Hold on a minute. How's that chapter 8 when we've had like 15 other chapters in between? HIV, what can help, what can be done? I mean, you are AIDS if AIDS was a person, so... My story begins in 2018, when a conservative destroyed my life and made my life a living misery. You don't use the same word twice in the same sentence, you fucking idiot. On YouTube, there is a conservative by the disguise of Gage the Loudmouth, Gage the Doom Guy, and totally not Gage. It's not much of a fucking disguise if you just deliberately use your name. Like, oh hello, I'm Angry Joe. Wow, what a disguise, I would have never guessed his name was fucking Joe. Though I am fairly sure that totally not Gage is Gage. I don't think he's Gage, because as the name implies, he's not Gage. So, yeah, you got that wrong, idiot. It's his identical twin cousin. His real persona is Gage last name. Gage last name is a known cyberbully. Have you seen this man? He's your local cyberbully. An online conservative instigator from, and then he puts the state that he's in. So he's put his first and last name and the state that he's in to try and get him fucking lynched. But, you know, he's not a piece of shit, guys. It's fine. He has some very delusional and violent beliefs about how transgender people should be treated. Yeah, you know, like, they should be moderators in his server and stuff like that. Because, you know, I'm pretty sure Jennifer Vanilla is a fucking moderator in his server. And I have seen him, like, out people for having transphobic fucking opinions in public, but dude's definitely a transphobe, there's no other way about it. His views on transgender people are that it is okay to stomp them. What if they're just really into that as a kink? I know a few trans people who could be, like, if they come up to you and they're like, please stomp on me daddy, would you deny them that pleasure? You horrible little man. You're the transphobe here, Stetson. But, no, he didn't say it's okay to stomp trans people. He said he wants to stomp you. Preferably with steel cap boots. On what's left of those titties that you had glued to your chest, which you didn't look after properly. I actually have a friend who's transitioning, and she said, yeah, he took his bra off. way too quick. Like, he shouldn't have, like, taken it off as early as he did, because there's so much scarring and shit, and it's all misshapen, that, well, it's a dumpster fire. So his shitty titties are gonna basically be everywhere. They're just gonna be strewn out all over his chest. So good job, Stetson. He enjoys threatening violence against liberals. Who doesn't, am I right? I mean, seriously, even someone who's left-leaning, I read Guardian articles and want to punch the person who wrote them. That's normal. Slandering individuals, I'm sorry, whose book am I reading and what's it about? Who disagree with his views. And making excuses for publishing misinformation-filled videos on his YouTube channels, whilst acting as if they are true. Well, they are true. Like, honestly, there's nothing that he said which you could say, oh yeah, you know what, that's a lie and I can prove it. I had the unlucky pleasure to meet Gage the Doom Guy via his YouTube channel. It actually says his legal name via his Gage the Doom Guy YouTube channel, but I'm not reading his name out. Other people have, and like, you know, like whatever, but like, I'm not. When he was verbally abusing a liberal, Ahn Shin-Ae, for stating logic that was against his own beliefs. No, Ahn Shin-Ae doesn't state logic, or he didn't before he ended up in prison and became a human fleshlight. What Ahn Shin-Ae and Double M used to do, we can't say Double M's name because he appears and false flags your shit if you do. But these two guys wanted to justify themselves noncing on kids. So what they do is they dig up old ass fucking studies from the 1970s, say, oh look, here's an instance where a kid got nonced on and didn't think anything bad had happened. This therefore proves that it isn't a bad thing. And the entire internet just took one look at this shit and were like, no, you're an idiot. Like, their idea of logic was, oh, so in the 1970s, like 1974, there was a gun range, like, user in the army. I meant to say that better, but I fucked it up. There was a guy in the army who used the gun range and decided to put his blindfold on before doing so, and he actually hit the target. Therefore, this proves that blindfolding our military will make them more accurate. Except if you actually read the fucking study, it would say, yeah, he missed like 1,000 times before hitting the target. He accidentally hit the target whilst just spraying an M60 around the room, and by freak accident, 1 of 1,000 bullets managed to hit the little bullseye at the centre. But to these two jackasses, that is certain fact that, oh look, it happened once, 40 years ago, in a completely fucked up, completely out there situation. Must be the case that it's going to work in everyday life, because these people are fucking stupid. I decided to step in and type, please leave this individual alone. I'm pretty sure you did more than that, because you cannot post a comment like that. Also, I hate to say it, but I don't buy that this is how this shit went down. I remember Ahn Shin-Ae interjecting himself multiple fucking times in people's fucking streams and in their comment sections and spewing his idiocy, and people just tell him to fuck off because they didn't invite him and nobody even knew who he was. There's a Kaz Warfox stream where that happens and it is pretty funny. Seeing how most people got the point a long time ago that Gage disagrees with this individual, it makes logical sense to let him off and call it a day. So, if someone says something abhorrent and you say, no, you're talking shit, mate, and they don't ever accept that they're talking shit, you're obligated after X amount of times to just let them off, because despite the fact that they're talking shit, you're just supposed to say, oh yeah, well they can talk shit, it's fine, don't worry about it. You're an idiot. Also, if that is the case, why aren't you letting him off? Why are you still publishing these shit books? Anybody with intelligence knows that threatening to bludgeon someone to death, he doesn't so much threaten, he just says, I hope someone fucking kicks you in the teeth. Like, is not the same thing as fucking saying, I'm gonna come to your house and beat you to death in your living room. Is not a proper way to present your disagreement to another person. No, the best way to do that is to write a bunch of slanderous horseshit books and basically dox people in them. That's while slandering them at the same libeling them at the same time. It's just slandering sounds like a better term of phrase. Sadly, however, at the world's expense. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you and this other arsehole who you don't even want to mention the name of because you know that anyone who looks him up will see that he's in prison right now for being a nonce are the entire world. I do apologise. I didn't quite realise that you constitute an entire fucking planet. Gage lacks intelligence and empathy. Dude, you literally said that someone being nonced on was a great thing for them, and you've shown absolutely no empathy to people who have literally gone through sexual abuse. Shut the fuck up. Instead of moving on with his life, excuse me, when have you moved on with your life? You're still bitching about something that happened in 2018. Fucking professional victim over here. Gage decided to have his cult following Stalk Me Online. Oh, his cult following Stalk Me Online. My apology. This is written fucking awfully. Assassinate my character. No, you did that yourself. You literally just went around being a complete cock. You fucking harassed a transgender woman for an entire fucking year because you were attracted to her because she was trans. She wasn't attracted to you. And instead of just saying, okay, you know what, fuck it, I get it now, she doesn't want anything to do with me. You then harassed her sick mother in the hospital. Eat a brick. And try to get people to take care of me. When did this happen? Source. I mean, the funny thing is, I think plenty of people would have taken care of you. In fact, I wouldn't even need to pay anyone. I'd just fucking ring up a neo-Nazi group or a biker gang and just say, hey, check out what this guy says and does for a living, and then they just one day find you and kick you to death in the street. Probably couldn't even trace it back to me that I'd done that. You wouldn't need to hire a hitman to deal with you. You're such a pariah that nobody would fucking care. Nobody would help you, nobody would stop it, nobody would even investigate it. You'd just be killed in the street and that would be that. Gage had the tendency to host rigged debates on his YouTube channel. They were rigged because Gage had a hidden agenda where he would intimidate individuals into debating him. I'll let him finish. But instead of an actual debate, he and his cronies would just yell the most racist, hateful and illogical nonsense. Okay, 1. You insisted on these stupid debates because you'd attack everybody until they gave you the attention. 2. You usually warranted the hate because you'd behave like an absolute tit and people would lose their patience with you. And 3. How is the debate rigged? It wasn't Hunter Avalone shit, you both had the same playing field. And the only reason why you ever got like muted or whatever was because you kept talking over people. You wouldn't let anybody say their piece, like at all. Because you're a fucking idiot. Where he would ask rigged questions, where the answer did not matter, as long as you reply the way that he wants you to. No, the questions were, you claim to be a fucking social justice warrior in your own fucking words. Why are you harassing transgender people on the internet? You didn't like that question because it makes your narrative look bad. Because you're a fucking idiot. For example, if Gage asked you if age exists, and you answer that age does not exist because it is a social construct like gender is, no, these are biological fucking things. Age is the progression of a biological being over the course of time as it goes from birth to death. Gender are the two sexes which are necessary for procreation. Now, I'm not one of these people who insist that it fucking matters. Like, if you want to be one of these, like, fucking non-binary or gender fluid people, that's, like, something, I don't care. But you have to accept that nature has two fucking genders. Because biology has two fucking genders. That's not me trying to shit on anyone, it's just true. In fact, I know most of the trans people I know say the same fucking shit and they'd be harsher about it. But, no, gender is not a social construct. The social constructs are these, like, middle ground things. And don't even fucking get me started on these fucking xenopronoun genders and all that shit that people are just coming up with one a week every week. And then bitching that nobody fucking will, make bathrooms for this specific gender. Like, talk shit, mate. He will accuse you of wanting to do harm to individuals. Source, please. Supporting the worst of the worst. Oh wait, no, he accused you... Sorry, I lost my track. He will accuse you of wanting to do harm to individuals. Yeah, because like saying someone basically is the devil, putting their first and last name and saying what state they live in. Nah, that not in any way is going to result in them getting harmed. There's no way in hell that could ever backfire and result in somebody being harmed. Fucking idiot. Supporting the worst of the worst. Yeah, you supported Cranium 99 and Andrew Velasco and a bunch of other people who I've covered on this channel. And then his clan. Oh, they were a cult a few minutes ago. Now they're a clan of angry Scotsmen. Would brainlessly agree with him. Wow, it's almost like, they run in a similar circle. But no, people have disagreed with Gage at several points and argued points against Gage. Or have said that Gage has said or done something which isn't okay in their eyes. That has happened. I've seen it several times. And do the same thing as Gage does. AKA, they were a bunch of brainwashed yes men with no respect for individuals with different opinions than theirs. Yeah, right, okay. You know, because these fucking people don't agree with you, so therefore they don't agree with anyone who's not them. Shut up. You're the arsehole that can't respect an opinion that's not your own. And ironically, your opinion is the most wrong one because nobody fucking shares it on this planet. The only people I've ever seen who champion your bullshit usually end up dropping it because they get called steps and copycats and no one wants anything to do with them. This debate lasted about 4 hours. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze, hold on a sec. I sneezed and I reset the recording just in case, because I don't know how good OBS is at recording shit, so I'm just gonna... I can't use my Elgato because it's hooked up to the PS1. This debate lasted for about 4 hours. Is he talking about the one that Gage and I did that was like an all-nighter, or is he talking about one of the Kaz Warfox streams or something? Like, there are different debates that have lasted different lengths of time, but I don't know which one he's talking about. 4 long, pointless hours of trying to explain the realities of the universe. Broken Matt Hardy had more fucking understanding of the realities of the universe than you fucking do. I mean, his character, obviously. I don't think Matt Hardy's actually crazy. He's silly, but not crazy. To a bunch of fools who couldn't even tell the difference between string theory and dental floss. Wow, that was almost a joke. Well done, except, do you know anything about string theory at all? Like, I'd actually like you to explain to me what the fuck string theory is. I know what chaos theory is. You're looking at him. Nah, seriously, if you ever see me play D&D, you'll know that I warrant that. The ignorance that was portrayed towards me clearly proves that these individuals were not the type of people that I want to hang out with, let alone associate myself with, because they were always up to no good. Okay, so because we don't agree with your stupid, idiotic conception that children don't exist, we're somehow a bunch of scoundrels. Do you just picture us all, like, hanging around, like, a tavern in, like, Muppet Treasure Island, just fucking singing whilst doing sea shanties? Because that is basically how we live, but that doesn't have anything to do with anything. They can't even accept the fact, but will lie and say that they do, that people are not obligated to agree to their every word and or ideology. No, actually, nobody has ever said that they have to agree with them. In fact, Gage often says, you don't have to agree with me, you don't have to like me, you don't have to blah blah blah, but of course that will put a hole in the narrative, so you gotta pretend that it's... No, they aren't. The thing is, right, they're not obligated to agree, but they don't tolerate people fucking trying to champion being a nonce. That's the problem that you have. You don't like it, because it's like, oh well, I can't be a nonce and be respected at the same time around these people, so... Also, that freedom of speech is not absolute, and that their words can be used against them. This is projection. Like, you're the one who cries when your own words and actions are used against you. You're the one that goes out their way to stop free speech. Your slanderous shitty books are all up here, but people's channels have been flagged and various other things have happened because of you. You can't give me this shit. You can't fucking sit there and go, these people, they don't respect freedom of speech, whilst also fucking not respecting people's freedom of speech. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. You are the fucking obstacle to freedom of speech here. I'm not a firm believer of freedom of speech. I think it's a flawed concept. But I respect the fucking rules on YouTube, and I respect the rules in the communities that I'm in. There is a huge difference between disagreeing with someone and threatening to crush in your skull. A disagreement is civil and respective of other people's feelings and their existence. I'm sorry, didn't you threaten to have people arrested? You said that you had a police force under your stupid made-up country and that you were going to arrest people for making fun of you. While what Gage does is the likes of a terroristic threat. I'm sorry, weren't you the one that threatened the president and got kicked off of Twitter? Just don't bother telling Gage that, because he will make the claim that you are a butthurt whimpering simp who wants everyone to be like you. You are a butthurt whimpering simp that wants everyone to be like them. To the degree that you have no friends, because anyone who fucking disagrees with you about the smallest fucking thing, you'll freak out and disown them. Like, you genuinely are like a cult leader. You're no different than that bastard that ran the Ant Hill cult, kids cult thing. And the only reason why you haven't done what he's done is because nobody would follow your crazy ass. That's why. Because you have no charisma or no brain, and nobody on the planet would ever see you as anything other than just that guy to avoid. In one of many of his YouTube videos, declaring violence and hatred against those who disagree with his idea of how life should function, which is basically his hatred against the homeless, transgender individuals, anyone who proves him to be incorrect, and people in general, except conservatives. It's funny that all these things are things you either identify as or things that you are. It's funny that, say, you don't say, oh, he hates this person, or he hates that person, or whatever, and then you cite, like, black people, or whatever, because you don't see yourself as black. You're an idiot. As time went on, the banter of Gage... I'm sorry, what does this have to do with gender bending? What the fuck is this? Gage got worse, and his lies got more deceptive. How does that make sense? He began claiming that I believe that abusing people is okay. You do think it's okay, so long as they disagree with your narrative. You have a very biblical view on how people should be treated, like Old Testament biblical view, where it was basically like, yeah, if they aren't fucking following our God, fuck them. And then they burned down whole cities full of men, women and children because, you know, the king was a dick. But it's okay because they didn't believe in God, so they can all die. That was basically the logic of it, and that's Stetson's shitty ass fucking view on things. As time went on, the banter of Gage got worse, and his lies got more deceptive. He began claiming that I believe that abusing people is okay, which is far from reality. I am indeed anti-bullying and anti-hate speech. Both if which Gage does against me. Okay, 1. You do what my class used to do in school, where they put a sign up that says this is an anti-bullying room, and then what you would do is you would basically report like any bullying, and they'd say, well, that couldn't be the case, this is an anti-bullying room. You're like, I'm anti-bullying, so any bullying that I do isn't bullying, because I did it, and I'm anti-bullying. You actually said that you love circular logic, and this is just another case of that. You also are full of hate speech and rhetoric against white people, and even the people you claim to defend, like trans people, and Asian people, and black people. You really have hateful, bigoted views against them. That I was retarded. No, you can't complain about people being called retarded when you in your book... I was listening to a reading of your book a couple of hours ago, just by freak accident, because I was thinking of writing more on my parody version of this fucking toxic soup. And you used the retarded fucking, like, insult multiple times. You said Gage's opinions were retarded. I think you said that Gage was retarded. What the fuck was that? I don't even know what the fuck that was. Yeah, Gage was retarded, his opinions was retarded. It was retarded was okay for you a couple of months back when you wrote that other shitty book. So don't give me this shit now about, oh, I'm being called a retard, wow. And that I was a faggot. Faggot has 2 G's in it. Who mum never loved. Your mum doesn't love you. She threw you out in the street, and I don't blame her. I just wish she did the decent thing and fucking drove a pickaxe through your skull. He also resorted to begin calling me a fish, which is indeed racist. We actually were sat with you when we showed you that it's a racial... demonized Israelis. And then you tried to basically say, oh, well, Israel is in Asia, so therefore it's racist against Asians. Despite the fact that fucking Israelis are typically called Cajun because they're all immigrants from Europe who fled the Holocaust. You idiot. Nobody ever really thinks of Israelis when they think of Asians. Fish is not a fucking racial slur, you idiot. It never was and it never will be. And declaring, for no reason whatsoever, that I hate Gage's grandmother. I hate my Gage grandmother, and I'm mocking her because she has cancer. You said that it was karma. You said that her dying was karma because Gage called you a faggot on the internet. That's what you said. The fucking screenshot of it exists. And if I have it, I will put it here. And if I don't have it, you bet your fucking ass I will link it when it comes back up on Gage's channel. Which is basically impossible. Because, one, I don't know Gage grandmother. And two, I am for the medical cure of cancer and the research of what truly causes it. You're the cause of cancer. You are cancer as a human personified. All you gotta do is shoot yourself in the head and cancer will be gone forever, I promise. To create a universal discussion that will eventually lead to people increasing their chances of getting cancer to begin with. I don't know, I've been reading this shit for about, half an hour and I already feel my risk of cancer going up. Also, I'm not heartless, even if Gage is heartless against me. I like how he says he's not heartless, but he's fucking doxing a person's full legal name. Fucking die. Die in a fucking ditch. Just skip 10 years, die in a ditch, or hang yourself on the doorknob whilst having a wank. The back and forth between Gage minions. He can't do fucking possessive, so he just puts Gage. I think he's either copying Gage's legal name because he keeps misspelling it, or he just can't do possessives. So you're supposed to put Gage's with an apostrophe before the S, minions. This is like 8-year-old English class. But he just puts Gage minions. Which now I've got like a fucking Photoshop idea in my head of Gage as a fucking minion from Despicable Me just to make this look even stupider. And myself was ongoing well into 2019 and 2020. They completely ruined my YouTube experience. You kept perpetuating it and you continue to perpetuate it to this fucking day. You know, I had some shitty experiences on YouTube, like in 2010, right? I was stalked for years by a freak like you. And you know what? When I got sick of it, I did everything I could to never deal with it again. I just walked away from it. And in the end, I did something that killed any possibility of it happening again. Which sadly Gage can't do what I did to that guy to you, because I basically threatened to tell his family about what he was up to. And Gage can't do that because your family know what you're up to and they also don't care because you're a piece of shit. And have made me resent even knowing anybody that qualifies or identifies as conservative. Literally one fucking person who you call conservative in these books is an actual conservative. One. Cass, I believe, is a conservative in the traditional sense. That most of us are left-leaning. Centre-left to full-on liberals. Maybe one or two centre-rights. Maybe. Either centrists, centre-left, liberals, maybe a little bit to the right, but not enough to be considered conservative. I'm one conservative. Gage made me realise that conservatives don't have humanity's best interests at heart. Also, you've associated with full-on Nazis. Like, actual fucking people who identify as Nazis. Shut up. And that they are out for blood against those who do not share their values and ideologies. Then came the January 6th, 2021 Capitol insurrection. Oh yeah, that was orchestrated by Gage. His Discord was basically just like a point of operation where we just sat there all day just coordinating the invasion on the White House. I'm kidding, by the way, that didn't happen. Do you know why it didn't happen? Because it would have been better if we'd coordinated it. I would have had a fucking giant Nice lone wolf effigy run in there with a giant fucking paper mache head shouting "Badoo!" Just fucking suicide bomb on the steps of Capitol Hill. Not gonna lie, that would be fucking hilarious to watch on the news. After about 3 years of being victimized, bullied, and verbally abused by Gage via video and the YouTube comment section, all from his comfy chair in... You keep posting his legal name and his fucking state, cause you're a dick. And his spying on my social media accounts. I had enough. It was time to stand up and fight back. You'll have a job on those shit legs. I wrote and published a series of books telling and exposing the depths of which conservatives like Gage would go to destroy those who they choose as their enemies. Even though Gage took everything that I said out of context, nobody has to take anything that you say out of context because you sound crazy on your own. And put a negative spin on it as conservatives are known to do. I'm sorry, what is a positive spin on your rape apologist fucking bullshit? I am so tired of Gage lies that somehow I'm responsible for his own depression and lifetime misery. Has he ever said that? Because Gage was messed up way before I met him. I never once bothered him. Bitch, you're bothering him right now, what the fuck are you on about? You were pestering him on everything for ages. You steal pictures of his wife and fucking use them as album covers. But you don't bother him. You know what, could you just chew on a saw blade whilst it's whirring in a contraption? That'd be fucking fantastic. And only replied for the sake of
together. 'Cause we'll be together. 'Cause we'll be together. 'Cause we'll be together. You'll go down in history. You'll go down in history. You'll go down in history. You'll go down in history.
and civility on YouTube. That, if there's an award for lost causes, give it to this man. Sanity and civility on YouTube. Jesus fucking Christ, son. That is the biggest lost cause I've ever fucking heard of in my entire life. If I have known that I would become a target of radicalized far-right ninjas. Radicalized far-right ninjas. Okay. That's really funny. Who openly slander individuals and blackmail them, which is different to what I do, apparently. To admit that they are something that they are not. I would never have joined YouTube to begin with. Yes, you would have. You wanted everything. You wanted all of the attention because nobody's ever given you this much attention in your entire life. I am saddened that such hatred lives within the realms of conservatives. I'm sorry, is this a fucking D&D campaign now? The fucking realms of conservatives. Even in the 21st century. Gage is also known for his manipulation. Somehow he managed to invade YouTube channel bans. Oh, I remember that. So what happened was, right, we drove up in a massive fuck-off van, and Damo was like, he jumped out the back, he didn't even listen to the battle plan, and he just fucking went full-on Rambo, and fucking tore the whole building apart, and then they basically held the guy who's in charge of the band. His name was Tim. We held him, and then Damo did the mission complete thing and drove the knife next to his head. And he looked at it, he was like, oh shit. And then he unbanned everyone, and we all just went home and got shit-faced, and it was a fun day out. By creating alt accounts so that he could continue to promote himself as someone who is above the law, like what Donald Trump does. Will you just go and fuck Donald Trump already? I had Summer open? I don't know, I just closed my browser and reopened it. That's weird. I don't know what it was. Also, when Gage makes false claims that analysing the human existence, educating oneself on a plane of existence, and how to enhance humanity's quality of life is just some ploy to harm individuals, mock victims, and do evil to others. That's your MO to a fucking T. Which is within itself a delusion and far from reality. Nobody's doing anything to harm others here. It's just Gage being desperate for attention once again. You're the one that publishes fucking big ass books and he hasn't mentioned you in over a year. Hell, the only reason why I'm reading this shit is I thought I'd read it just in case like there's anything bullshit that should probably be, you know. And I was like, oh well, might as well make some fucking content out of it whilst I torture myself and we can have a bit of a laugh. Also, I feel bad for Gage reading all these, like, somebody should fucking give him a break. Poor fucking guy. But no, you're the biggest attention whore of them all. You literally just sit on Twitter all day, asking random girls to, like, basically random girls say, would you fuck me? And then you're like, every time, yes. Every time. You're just like, yeah, I'd fuck you, yeah. And you look pathetic doing it. You would think that Gage would enjoy positive attention instead of negative attention that he receives now. I guess, as long as he receives his fix, that doesn't matter to him. Bitch, are you really trying this no-use shit with what is basically positive and negative attention? All you do is negative attention. The only positive attention you get is from, like, Twitter accounts that just say nice things to you so you'll stay following so they can make money off of you following them. That's it. Really, it's quite sad. Nobody should have that much hatred. bitch, you don't know the meaning of fucking hatred. Like, I fucking am the apex of hatred. Like, Jesus Christ. Yet Gage does. He has no love for his neighbour. To be fair, when I lived with my parents, my neighbour tested my fucking patience, so I've been quite lucky living on my own. I have pretty decent neighbours. Like, they're alright. I had like one or two minor things, but nothing that I'd hate anybody over. He never learns from his mistakes, except for the times he learned from his mistakes. And he thinks that everyone is after him and mocking his family members. Probably because you were after. his family members when they're not. Can you stop with this gaslighting bullshit where you're like, I never do this? Yeah, you fucking did. It's well documented. You really are a fucking piece of shit. Not only do you do these things, but you then fucking try your hardest to make out that people are fucking stupid and crazy for basically saying that you did things that you fucking did. Then he lies to his supporters like a Donald Trump copycat. You're the Donald Trump copycat. You even steal his quotes and his fucking mannerisms to try and get people to follow you, but it doesn't work. Because Donald Trump has some modicum of charisma. For a start, Donald Trump was actually good looking at some point in his life. Not the best looking guy in the world, but at some point in his life he actually had a decent structure to his face. He was actually kind of handsome back in the 80s or whatever. You've never been handsome, you've never been attractive, you've always looked fuck ugly. Trump also makes people laugh, even people who hate him. I actually really dislike the guy, and I still laugh at some of the things that he says. Some of the things he says are legitimately funny, well-timed, comedic. He is capable of being charismatic. In fact, many people say that we're seeing him in like his declining years, and 20 or 30 years ago, the dude was an absolute riot to be around. He was great. I don't know if that's true. Some people say that he's like that behind closed doors, but in front of cameras he has to behave like the big man. And I don't know, I hear a lot of conflicting stories on Trump, but honestly, he's more likable than you. And I hate the guy, I really do. The shit that he pulled in my country, no, I'll never forgive that. But you know what? I like him more than you. I really do, and I never thought I'd say that. Well done. And rallies them up to fight another pointless battle against innocent people. As in, nobody did anything to him. Well, you know, except for the volumes upon volumes of shitty libelistic books that you wrote, trying to dox him, letting people dox him on your personal stuff, saying shit about his family members, harassing his friends. saying a load of fucking offensive bullshit. You know, just a little bit of all the things you've done. But yet in his mind they did, and they deserve to pay for no legitimate reason. Shut the fuck up. Gage also has the tendency to accuse everyone of hating him. You do hate him. When nobody has ever made that claim. No, because you're too much of a fucking chicken shit. It's not out of fucking lack of emotional hatred towards him. You hate him, but you're too pussy to say it. Gage treats people worse than they treat him. People try being nice to him, but he sabotages relations and burns the few bridges he has. It's funny, I've never seen him turn on his friends, oddly enough, like ever. Gage is truly a messed up guy mentally, emotionally, and socially. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were the fucked up one, you know, because I actually read the shit you wrote, and the way you look at women is actually fucking horrific. Like, it's terrifying. Norman fucking Bates is more sensible and fucking... Sorry, Norman fucking Bates is more sensible, rational, and logical than you are. Mentally, he's in a better place than you are. I actually feel sorry for him in Psycho 2 as well. That's a really underrated film, Psycho 2. Like, it's not great, it's got its flaws, but, like, Norman, Patrick Bateman, I think, was the actor. He's really good in it. And he tries his best to really sell the character. And the fact that they made Norman, like, the protagonist in the second one actually is really cool. Yeah, I will never stoop down to the vile levels that Gage has gone to get his way. No, you'll just sink lower. You're a false flagging, child molester simping, rape apologizing, serial harassing, sex offending wank stain. Honestly, I think kids should be educated. And everyone should see your face and be told everyone on this planet deserves base respect and human decency, except this fuck. If you ever see him and throw a rock at him and you draw blood, you get candy kids. And they should send the kids out to find you and throw rocks at you. And then reward them for their behaviour. That's what I think should happen with you. Like telling people that I would enjoy crushing your skull, spelt C-U-L-L. Dictionary. Each of a pair of small oars used by a single rower. Gage, why do you want to destroy Stetson's oars? How is he supposed to row up shit creek if you smash up his paddle? That is disturbing, twisted and demented. Oh, when Gage goes and encourages you to kill yourself. Actually, that is a good idea, Stetson. You probably should. Jump off a skyscraper. Etc. Don't jump off a skyscraper because you'll cause an earthquake on impact with your fat ass hits the floor. Or calls you a faggot with 1G. The dictionary stumped, it doesn't know what that word means. And tells you that you look like a man. Bitch, my mate is trans. She's transitioning. She is, like, quite feminine. Like, that far in, right? She says you look like a fucking man and that you're a fake transgender. Actual trans people do not like you. Because you spit... face of everything that they've accomplished, everything that they've put themselves through. My friend has gone through some shit because she transitioned in a world that just does not accept that shit. She gets called a lot of shit. Her family members have turned on her, all kinds of shit, right? And she's upheld the most fucking dignified way of getting through it. She has just gotten through it. She has transitioned. She don't fucking cry about persecution. She doesn't accuse every last fucking person of being a transphobe. And she even is willing to forgive those who fucking transgress against her. You, on the other hand, are a fake transgender. You're a fucking transgender little bitch who fucking just runs around social media and says, oh, I grafted some tits on myself, therefore I have the right to tell other people, some of which are actually transgender themselves, that they are evil and transphobes. And I also have the right to tell trans people who are actually trans that they're not real transgenders. But if anyone fucking tells me that I'm not a real transgender, I'll throw my fucking pram out. Yeah, I won't throw my rattle out the pram. I'll just throw the whole fucking pram. Because honestly, you are not trans. What you are is someone who sees it as a way of protecting yourself from fucking criticism and shedding identities like a skin. You spit in the face of and piss on everyone I've ever known who's transitioned. You do not care about any of them. You're a fucking disgusting piece of shit. And you have existed to be a case study to harm actual trans people. Once upon a time, right, like at my mum's gym, they used to say, oh, well, you know, we don't like the idea of trans people using the bathroom because if they use the women's bathroom, they could just be like sex offenders in dresses and they could attack the women. And honestly, years ago, I would have said, yeah, that doesn't happen though. Like, I've never seen that happen. Maybe it happens in some like freak instances on the other side of the planet, but I've never heard of it happening. You're the case study now. I can't honestly say that anymore. All the actual trans people I know wouldn't do that, but you would, you fucking freak. So shut the fuck up. You are to trans people what Cranium, Mitch and Dustin are to autistics. You exist to increase the stigma. You are a wet dream of transphobes everywhere because you are a case study that somewhat proves them right about one little tiny thing that they can run a mile with. And that is why you should jump off a fucking skyscraper. Then when you complain about it, he goes and bullies you some more. Gage is a disturbed individual that no one should have the pleasure of meeting. He is hostile against writers. You're not a writer, you vomit through a pen. There's a difference. Liberals, you're not a liberal, you're a leftist nutjob who's a borderline dictator but without a country. The LGBTQ plus community. You don't fit any of those categories. At all.
We will now take an quick intermission. Enjoy our break content presented by PenaVega Entertainment Group International and Ahn today.
Pleasure is pussy. Let's talk about that. So, what does that even mean? So, as a trans woman, I don't have a vagina, all right? And that can change, but I currently do not have what is medically considered a vagina. Though I call, in a sexual setting, my ass my pussy because it's like, that's my pussy. And you know, when he's on top and I'm like, oh, daddy, like... I can't believe I'm saying this. I'll be like, oh, daddy, like, it feels so good in my pussy. It really feels like a good pussy. And he's like, oh, yeah, baby. And I'm like, yeah, this is so hot. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm telling you this. But like, so this is pleasurable. So this is what I figured out. This is how you make it pleasurable in a way that it feels like it's a pussy. And I'll just kind of say it like that because I will never know what it's like to have a cis vagina, but at some point I will know what it's like to have a vagina. So there's kind of two routes to this. The first route is to use a vibrator. If you do not like playing with your parts, the other route is actually to use a chastity device. Or, you know, if you're so disconnected with your parts, you can just ignore this advice and kind of just be like, well, this is all I got, and I ignore it, and I ignore the feeling, and I don't want to engage with it. But I mean, like, here's the thing. In order to make it feel more like a pussy, you have to increase your pleasure experience. The way that your brain and your subconscious engage with this part of your body, which is your anal cavity, and it's used to, and your anus, it's used to being only used and stimulated for pooping. So that's kind of this first hump you encounter is, wait a second, you need to teach the body to not feel like it's thinking that it's pooping, right? And this is where you play and you stimulate and you start to train your body to become used to this as a pleasurable thing. I think I just got something in my eye, so just 1 second. So to kind of like get this pleasure experience, you need to start teaching your body to feel pleasure, to experience pleasure, and to tell it and to tell your subconscious, this is a pleasurable experience. Learn to build your connections, brain, to this being a pleasurable experience. No, you're not trying to poop. No, like, this isn't you're on the toilet. This is something where I want you, and I'm talking to the brain and the body, to experience this as pleasurable. And so this is why I want to introduce the vibrator or the chastity device. So we'll start with the vibrator because that's kind of the most accessible and easier thing to do. If you can play with your parts. The vibrator, and you can touch many different areas, and I wasn't actually planning on doing this, so let me just zip up my pants a little bit. Oh my gosh, look at this. This kind of looks phallic, like this is a back massager. So when I'm using the vibrator, I'll use it right here on my clit, and this is pretty pleasurable for me. And so while I'm receiving the sex, I'll be pleasuring myself in a way that will keep me erect. And why that's important is because there's a line between, in your anus all the way around, there's a, let's see here, yeah. In your anus, or down from between your anus and to the front, there is a, there's kind of like this tube, which is kind of like it's attached to the penis, and it can be very pleasurable. And so when you keep that enlarged and engaged, it'll create a sense of pleasure that happens in your body and happens down inside your anal cavity. Now, this is not vanilla masturbation, and I think this is kind of a key in your mentality as you approach and experience this. You're gonna need to learn to actually focus the pleasure not on where you're stimulating, but allowing that stimulation to create a sensation in your erectness to go down into your anal cavity and actually focus the pleasure there. And so when you're feeling that pleasure, you can start to actually feel like the sex that you're having, it actually starts to feel like a vagina because you're engaging with your clit. I call it a clit, in a way that creates a connection with this pleasure. I don't have really good words to describe this, but like basically, you gotta kind of like go like this, and then you kind of, you can stimulate yourself there, and then you're having a great time. What the hell is this video? We're going very acrobatic on this one. So that was kind of a big eye-opener for me, because as I was having sex with my boyfriend, it felt so pleasurable and so right that I was like, this, oh my God, it feels like a pussy right now. It really does. And it feels like you can get me off. And I actually, after getting used to doing this, I actually came from anal sex without stimulating directly my clitoris, but stimulating that space in between and really focusing on the pleasure. And that is like game changing for me, because it transformed my sex from a place of, oh my God, like, you know, this is, I'm feeling this is a lot, to, wow, this is like pleasurable. Just kind of like how I see cis women with vaginas and how they feel like sex. It's no longer try to be present, try to be relaxed, you know, try to manage the pain. Do you ever get that kind of sense when you're having anal sex, that you're trying to manage sometimes the pain or the discomfort? And this completely flipped the experience. The chastity aspect is another way of achieving this, and it's a little different, because instead what you're doing is you put the chastity on, and I mean, first of all, chastity can be like super kinky and hot, and like the power dynamics and all that, very into that. But for me, it didn't work so well due to medical reasons. I have like a epididymitis down there, and so it's a little painful. But I have experienced this enough to tell you, you can kind of shut off the pleasure region down there. And by doing that, you start to condition your brain and your body to look for other ways of receiving pleasure. And that's when it increases your receptivity to the pleasure that you can experience receiving. And I think that's a very hot and beautiful way to expand your pleasure center, by receiving anally. And if you're, what is it called that's inside the anal cavity that men can get cancer with? I'm forgetting the word, but when you take estrogen, basically this thing shrinks. And it means that your pleasure experience kind of shrinks as well. But I think you can still orgasm from anal if you just stick to a strict diet of chastity. It really depends on how estrogen affects your body. I definitely find it hard to experience anal pleasure without turning myself on through the vibrator path. So yeah, so that's kind of pleasure as pussy. And let me know in the comments below. This is a bit of a tricky video. We did a lot here. I hope you enjoyed it. And by the way, please join my community. My Discord community link is down below if you want to partake in the trans community. And check out my Patreon if you'd like to support me. I'll see you in another video soon. Bye.
This intermission has now ended. Enjoy the rest of the show.
except maybe bi. I think, yeah, bi. And I guess queer as well. Asians. You're not Asian. You're a black man. Shut the fuck up. And anyone who he decides to hate as a whim. It's funny that he has writers, liberals, LGBT people, one of each of those, and asexuals and a few other things, and Asians in his Discord server, and he talks to them on a regular basis as friends, which kind of just shits on everything you just said. He bullies people who have compassion. You don't even know what compassion is. You've never shed a tear for anyone who's not yourself. Shut the fuck up. Love and intelligence, like myself. You failed sped class, what you on about? He makes propaganda videos on YouTube, on his totally not Gage Loudmouth Live and Gage the Loudmouth channels. They're not propaganda videos, they're streams and YouTube videos. Apparently he also has a Twitter, Discord and Facebook account that he and his minions uses to bully, harass, slander, threaten, scare, insult and terrorise others for no reason other than self-gratification and to get the thrill of witnessing the suffering of others. Yes, I have to admit this is like a good glass of wine to witness the suffering of others. I have to admit I was incredibly happy when Lance started crying. That was some funny shit. He is his own worst enemy. Worst enemy? You mean worst enemy, you fucking idiot. Yet at no time did I hate him. You said you did at one point. I never made him my enemy. You declared him as your enemy at one point. This is an important lesson that humanity desperately needs to learn. You know what lesson humanity needs to learn? You know in Doctor Who where the Doctor basically tricks the Silence into more or less turning the human race into kill machines so that whenever they see a fucking Silence they'll beat it to death and kill it in the street, and in an afternoon hundreds of Silence are just murdered by random people who don't know what they are but just know they want to kill them. Yeah, that's the lesson we need to learn. We need a picture of Stetson on every television in the fucking world and it says kill him, kill him, kill him, and then I just want to watch a fucking drone having follow him around for hours after that whilst people just run after him with shovels and sledgehammers and guns and just fucking beat him to death in the street. That would be fucking hysterical and justice rolled into one. When being bullied, remember that it's not your fault, you know, apart from the fact that you instigate it all the fucking time. No matter what the bully does, hating said bully is never the answer. No, I'll hate who I want. blackmail. What blackmail? Bullying, slander, fraud, etc. to take down his enemies. Sadly for him, it failed. Wait, I thought you said you said he ruined your life, so... This is not saying that I want anyone to fail in life. Yes, you do. But unfortunately, no one can fail more than you have. But Gage clearly has gone insane, mocking countries other than his own. He doesn't mock countries other than his own. He's criticised a country or two. Are you talking about your made-up country that doesn't even fucking exist? Calling people faggots with one G because I can't fucking spell. Wishing people to be run over by steamrollers. I hope you are fucking run over by a steamroller. I hope you look like a fucking tube of toothpaste that's been used. Having no problem with crushing in your skull. Gage, stop ruining people's paddles. Come on, man, it's not nice. Lying to health professionals. In this case, his therapist. Well, if you hate that, you'd hate Andy. Because Andy did that, but you support him. About the true state of someone's ideology, theology, and their true intentions. These are some of the many things that should never happen in our society. Get a load of this society. This is way beyond the disagreement. This is madness. Madness. This is... No one is safe. You could be next. I never advocated for violence. Yeah, I'm fairly sure you have. I can't think of an example to mind, but I swear down you have at several points. Or abuse. Yeah, you have. Against anyone at any time. However, Gage has done the exact opposite. That is our disagreement. Chapter 2. How can a mere disagreement lead to a psychological insurrection? Jesus fuck. So I'm a quarter of the way through this piece of shit. Right, this is worse than anything I've read before. Alright then. So we're about a quarter of the way through this turd. Jesus fuck. Right, okay. I feel like it's funny how chapter 1 is 15 pages and chapter 2 to 8, I think it is, are going to be done in basically 2/3 of the book. Sorry, 3/4 of the book, sorry.
us to start a brand new movement. What is this movement called? It's called Black Exit. The extradition of black people from America to others. And they didn't know why, because he believes in white people. He also want to start trans exit. He also want to start gay exit. He also want to start lesbian exit. My mom was like, lesbian! So then that's become so a thing though, because he wants to extradite everybody who isn't conservative Christian. That's just black wrong. Nothing that Gage Kirby says is true. He's a part of liar, I can say. Because I know who he is personally. See, that's the whole big thing. His atrocities are atrocious. Nevertheless, it's amaurosis. It's not even a word though, see, but it still matches him. Transphobic, homophobic. Nevertheless, these are things that Gage Kirby believes in. He stands up for these things. He loves white power. He's a racist, bar none. At the end of the day, however, this boy is not my son. Can't you see what it means to me? This boy is not my son. Gage Kirby is an idiot. This boy is number one. Number one, they hate for hate. They never miss it fun. Can't you see what it means to me? This boy is not my son. But Gage Kirby doesn't want an education. He just want to go out and fight. Create a fight with humanity and divide us all. This might. That's the whole big problem though. Nevertheless, I tell you this, you see. We're going to hold him accountable and he will face justice.
crazy. That means that he spent loads of time on chapter, 1, and then chapter 2 is going to be 3 pages. Oh no. No, it's 6 pages. Wow, colour me wrong. But yeah, chapter 1, 15 pages, chapter 2, 6 pages, chapter 3 will be 4, and so on and so forth. Chapter 2. How can a mere disagreement lead to psychological insurrection? Oh, it's them fucking sarcastic terrorists again with their psychological insurrection. Fucking Hulk Hogan smearing shit all over his face, psychological warfare, brother! Okay. You see, this whole back and forth between Gage and myself all started because I believe that disagreeing with someone's life choices, decisions, and or ideology does not give anyone an excuse to make someone's life a living misery. No. That's not why it started. It started because someone shit-talked a pedo advocate and you got a sore bum over that because you can't live without knowing that somewhere in the world a kid's being diddled, so you got upset. While Gage believes that certain individuals are not human and anything goes, this is a difference between saying that something is wrong and putting people's lives in danger. Yeah, but of course, raping people and molesting children isn't putting anyone's life in danger, despite the fact that people can be raped to death or can commit suicide because of the shit that they go through during that process, haunting them every night. But you don't believe in any of that shit because it's inconvenient for your narrative. Gage and myself are not as different as Gage makes us out to be. No. You are the complete antithesis of him. You and he are like Batman and Joker in terms of how you do everything the opposite of him. In every fucking way. You lie about everything. constantly get caught out in it. I actually have paid attention, and the only time that Gage is inconsistent is if he legitimately seems to have made some form of mistake. Like, he's not lying, he's just thought one name was in the place of another or something like that. And honestly, I don't blame him, because honestly, if I gave you a list of things that Cranium and Ronnie Vane have done, and we played a little game, who did this, Cranium or Ronnie, you'd probably get at least one of them wrong, because they're the same person. So yeah, I completely get it. I did it the other day. I said that Nice used Mitch as a source instead of Cranium, and I've had to backtrack and say no, it definitely was Cranium. I apologise, I fucked up. But I don't, like, you on the other hand just fucking lie constantly. Everything in this book is a lie. Nothing about the way you've described events, the narrative you put forward, anything at all is true. And you know what the biggest red flag is, even if you don't know a single fucking thing about it? You will not say people's names, you will not say any specifics which would allow another person to look into the thing that you're talking about, because you do not want other people to see other narratives. You only want people to take in your narrative, like a cult leader would. You accuse Gage of that shit, but Gage never stops people from seeing other narratives and other perspectives. In fact, he actively encourages people to look into them, but you don't. Kaz Warfox is the same, but you are the complete opposite. You actually try and censor other narratives so that yours is the dominant one.
Nor is any of his stories about myself true. Telling the truth is a rarity when it comes to Gage,
in brackets. Again, no, you're talking fucking shit. Seriously, if Gage lied about something and I genuinely believe that he was lying, I would fucking call him out on it. Because I think, honestly, that's not a road I want to see him go down. But no, so far he hasn't lied about any of the stuff that he's covered.
I have no problem with his family.
Well, you know, except for the fact that you said some fucking shitty things about them, and you tried to harass them, and you did a bunch of other fucked up things.
I never badmouth any of his family members.
Except for that one that you said was karma, them dying because he called you a retard on the internet.
Which makes no sense, seeing how I don't know any of them.
As if that's ever been a problem for you. I've seen you be a complete vindictive little shit towards people who you don't know.
I never insulted any of his family members from dying or having cancer.
No, you did. You fucking did, you lying little shit. Shut up.
However, Gage has wished multiple times that I died from a disease or two.
I hope you will die of all the fucking diseases at the same time. I hope you get fucking Mr. Burns syndrome, but instead of them all being stuck in the doorway, they just walk in one after another, and then you end up just dying a complete and utter fucking mess, because you get everything at once. And it's agony, and it doesn't take long, but it takes just long enough that it's misery. Like 2 weeks, or something like that, of bubonic plague, TB, AIDS, HIV on top of the AIDS, then you get double AIDS, then you get fucking cystic fibrosis and cough up half your lung, then you get something else, and then you get every fucking type of cancer, and then you fucking melt in your bed, and that'll be your fucking end, and then someone just vacuums you up and moves on to the next piece of shit they have to sweep up.
I never marked Gage for being a victim of abuse.
You did. You congratulated him on being abused. Shut the fuck up. He also told you his abuse story, and you can hear you laughing in the background. Gage's honest, open-hearted fucking thing moved me. Like, actually, I was frozen. Like, holy fuck. I've never heard anyone talk about this kind of shit so humanly before in my life. And it changed my life hearing that. Like, I've never looked at this stuff the same way again. And whilst he was saying that, you were audibly laughing. You were laughing over what he was saying. And if I can get that clip, I'll play it, but Gage's videos are not up right now. So I don't know if I'll be able to do that. But if I can get a hold of them, I fucking will. Just to show you how fucked you actually are.
Although Gage makes it extremely difficult to believe anything that he says, i.e. Gage is not well known for being truthful or anything other than overly sarcastic, violent, and annoying.
Bitch, I would say about bringing up examples of you lying, but I'd rather just bring up the times that you told the truth. Moving on. No, you only really tell the truth when you don't think it's going to get a bad reaction, and then when it does, you backpedal. You've openly admitted to doing things like stalking and harassing people, but when it got you a negative reception and you didn't look like the hero of the story, you backpedaled.
And I don't promote abuse or harm towards any human being.
Yeah, you have. You fucking doxed people and done all sorts of shitty things. Shut the fuck up.
Sadly, that can't be said for Gage.
Receipts. Show me some fucking receipts.
Gage mocks intelligent people.
Really, because most of the people I've seen him mock are actually fucking mentally retarded.
Probably to cover up his own ignorance.
You are the most ignorant motherfucker who's ever lived.
Yet it does nothing for him. He claims that he doesn't care what people do in their personal lives, yet that clearly is a lie, because he continues to complain about what everyone else does, without ever addressing the horrible things that he has done.
He has addressed the things that he has done which he is not proud of, in several instances. He made an entire stream going over it. You, on the other hand, insist that you have not done any of the things you've done, and then when people prove it, you just say it's fake news.
Gage is a very egotistic.
Motherfucker, you wrote a Bible and put yourself as a Jesus figure of your own religion for a country in which you are the president. You are the most egotistical motherfucker I've ever seen, and it's funny because you really do not deserve that ego. You have done nothing of value in your life. At all. You have achieved nothing. You are nothing. You are homeless, live off a system which is designed to help actual homeless people. You've fucking deformed your own body. And you have absolutely nothing to show for your entire fucking life except these shitty, libelistic horseshit books.
Overdramatic, hateful, bitter, violent, manipulative, and ignorant individual with no respect for a person's individuality.
Actually, they're supposed to have an apostrophe in persons.
Individuality, femininity, or true mental health.
You don't have any femininity. You look like a fat man with women's tits grafted onto his chest. You have a massive fucking cock between your legs. But you still insist that you're a woman. You're not transitioning either. You literally identify as a ladyboy.
You're an idiot. Who feels entitled to lie, slander, and misinform others to cover up his own insecurities. And the fact that he is wrong, he hates admitting that he's wrong, and yet he enjoys being wrong.
Who enjoys being wrong? That's stupid. Why has it got brackets inside brackets? What the fuck is this?
Seeing how the vast majority of the time he's an expert in being wrong and he blames everyone else. That's you. You blame everyone for being wrong, and then you act like they're the problem for pointing out that you're wrong. Gage didn't know how to read in his natural voice, always using this voice like he's constipated. Well, to be fair, that's the voice you use all the time. Somehow, he wants people to leave me alone. Yeah, maybe that's a fucking sign that you should leave him alone and stop writing these shitty faggoty books about him. Yet he continues to act in ways that draws negative attention to himself. Could you proofread this shit, you fucking retard? The real problem is that Gage refuses to leave others alone. If you disagree with someone, that's fine. No, it's not fine, because people disagree with you, you throw the biggest fucking temper tantrum on the planet. Nobody's telling Gage not to disagree with anyone. You always tell Gage not to disagree with people, let alone becoming like someone else. The problem is where Gage uses a simple disagreement as an excuse for terrorizing others. He calls you a fucking idiot. That's not terrorizing people, you fucking moron. Taking things overboard, where whatever the disagreement was about is forgotten because everyone is now fearing for their lives. I'm sorry, who's died because of this? Who's even come close to dying because of this? Oh wait, no, one person had a seizure because of your actions, because you triggered their fucking gender dysphoria, but remember, you're the fucking crusader for trans people. I wish you were a crusader, and then I wish you'd practice a fucking sword swallowing act with a fucking claymore. I disagree with Gage multiple times a day. You don't talk to him multiple times a day. You haven't talked to him for about 6 months. Yeah, I don't go off making pointless propaganda YouTube videos. You make pointless propaganda faggoty podcasts. What are you on about? Right, you don't make propaganda, right? What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Page upon page upon page upon page upon page upon page upon page. 2 fucking years of anchor podcasts full of lies and fucking slander propaganda. And it's even made like fucking propaganda as well. It even has a text-to-speech robot like that fucking Far Cry 4 protagonist saying that, oh yeah, Gage is evil and that he's going to kill all the fucking trans people because that makes sense. You make nothing but pointless propaganda on him. He hasn't mentioned you in nearly a year. The only reason why I am mentioning any of this is A, to archive it, and B, because somebody should probably pick up the slack, because the poor fucking guy has read every single one of these and his brain's probably melting, and maybe, you know, I felt like for once he should be able to just enjoy the stupidity and just laugh at it instead of like having to actually read this shit, hurt his throat and hurt his brain trying to counter everything. I don't actually want him to watch this because I actually want him to just move on from it. I'm just doing this because in all honesty I just really want to gut this fucking thing because I'm genuinely pissed off with it. I've seen him every day just say, I don't want this anymore, I don't want you to fucking say a word about it. And then you fucking keep doing it. Because you have nothing else. You're the fucking waitress from... Sorry, you're not. You're the hobo from the Atmosphere song The Waitress. Gage is the only person on the planet who's ever acknowledged your existence. And as a result, you have to constantly vie for his attention. You can't fathom that he wouldn't want it. You have to. It's the only attention you're ever gonna get. yapping for hours about how everyone is horrible and how much I hate society for not being like me. He doesn't hate society for not being like him, that's more your fucking thing. I don't go around ganging up on people, yes you do. Calling them names, yes you do, you call somebody a retarded. And having my people go out promoting lies in the ratings of someone's books. What are the books about? Also, you don't have people because nobody fucking respects you. If you had people, they would do shit. And it's very telling that Cranium did a load of horrible shit in your name and you didn't condemn it. Until you are absolutely cornered and were having your feet grilled for the actions of someone who was acting on your behalf. And you were like, well, I don't have anything to do with them. Yeah, but they're shouting your name whilst they do it. They are inspired by the things you say and do in your non-fiction books. Well, I have nothing to do with that. You literally write books about how a man is evil and he's attacking that man. I have nothing to do with that. And eventually you had to fucking condemn your own little slave monkey because it was the only way that you didn't look like a complete piece of fucking shit. A disagreement is not an excuse to go to war. Well, yeah, why have you gone to war then? Gage has taken this too far. Gage hasn't said or done anything in fucking months and you've been making those podcasts and these books. He is hurting the very people who he claims to want to protect. Who did he claim to want to protect? Because he has created an environment where anyone can bully and or be bullied with no consequences. No, because... Sorry, still recovering from a cough. Thing is, if Gage is pro-bullying and an environment where people can bully without consequence, why is...
Thank you for listening to the Ahn Shin-Ae Show. We hope you enjoyed spending time with us, and we hope you will continue to be a member of our family. Live long and prosper. Till next time.